guests, ladies and gentlemen, is to bring up a man who understands labor not merely as an effort, but as dignity in motion. Like a seasoned foreman on a factory of governance, he ensures that systems work for people and not against them. In an era where the nature of work and the workplace is rapidly transforming, he remains a steady compass, balancing policy with humanity, reforms with fairness, and authority with empathy. He is, in every sense, a master builder of equitable space, where staff welfare, institutional growth, and democratic values rise together like a well-laid-out foundation built to endure. May I therefore invite distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, former Minister for National Planning and the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. May I welcome Professor Abubakar Aladu Suleiman for his address. Please put your hands together.
Excellency, the President of Court of Appeal to be represented, Your Excellency, the President of National Industrial Court of Nigeria. Let me recognize the abstention just then the Senate Chairman Committee on Labor and Productivity, the Chairman of Council NECA, Director General of NECA, your present, Director General of Imodu Institute for Labor Studies, the President of Nigerian Labour Congress, the President of Transparency International, your present, our keynote speaker, Honorable Minister David Ventures Korea, Chief Executive of NDA, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Stakeholder 2026 Annual Labor Adjudication and Arbitration Forum, organized by the Nigerian Employers Consolidated Association, NECA, and hosted by my institute, the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. On behalf of the Chairman of National Assembly, the Chairman of the Executive Council, His Excellency, the Distinguished Senator Godwin Akpabio Israel, and the alternate Chairman of our Council, Right Honorable Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, I welcome you all today. And I'm glad to host you once again for the second on our serene for this all-important forum that provides critical platforms of discourse on labor adjudication. I'm especially delighted to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Joseph Benitez Correa, President of the Superior Labor Court of Brazil, and Jekule Mugo, President of the International Organization of Employers, IOE. Your presence there is a testament to the growing international status of ILAA and its commitment to strengthening social dialogue and labor rights in Africa. Let me also acknowledge the presence of other distinguished personalities there present, members of National Assembly, eminent jurists, labor union leaders, employers, and other key stakeholders. I particularly appreciate NECA for your continuous partnership with NAILS in advancing labor-related legislative and policy discussion in our country. At NAILS, we remain steadfast in our commitment to promoting social dialogue as a fundamental pillar of sustainable industrial relations. We recognize that effective labor adjudication is critical in ensuring fairness, equity, and justice in employment relations. As such, this year's theme, Access to Labor Justice in a Rapidly Changing World of Work, is timely, providing an avenue for a robust exchange of ideas that will contribute to strengthening access to labor justice. labor justice is one of the key areas of focus of the International Labour Organization, ILO. And rightly so. This is because it ensures that workers and employers can enforce their right to fair, effective, and accessible judicial or non-judicial mechanism. No country can afford to have a disgruntled and substantial workforce, as this can commandeer the entire economy of our country. The costs that will be too high to pay. There is therefore a need to strengthen this resolution and promote legal aid to overcome barriers like high costs and slow procedures. It is also imperative to be conscious of the rapidly changing work environment and come with policies and mechanisms that align with contemporary practices, especially in access or ensuring access to justice through modern dispute resolution techniques. Our institute names that the institution that continues to play its role in providing technical support to the National Assembly and other critical democratic actors in different areas of human endeavors, including labor-related matters. We will continue to do more until we achieve the desired result of having a just support. As we embark on today's discussion, I urge all participants to engage constructively, share best practices, and propose actionable recommendations that will further strengthen access to labor justice in our country and indeed in the entire world. The outcomes of today's forum will undoubtedly shape the future of labor relations, ensuring a just, fair, and sustainable work environment for all. Let me once again extend my heartfelt appreciation to NECA for your unwavering commitment to advancing social dialogue on labor adjudication in our country, as I look forward to a very fruitful deliberation today and going forward. Thank you very much, and Allah bless you all.
Please put your hands together for the DG. The world and global media have used very many distinguishing metaphors to describe him for transforming LINS into a world-class institute. Somebody had said he is a seasoned headmaster in the Academy of Governance, the one who rings the bell for discipline, opening the gates for opportunity, and ensuring that no student of democracy is left behind. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for giving the world a new Harvard. Instead of going to Harvard, Nigerians now come to LINS to get quality legislative education. Please, another round of applause for him. May I especially appreciate the Executive Director for Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLA, Mr. Musa Al-Rafsanjani. You're welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for him. May I also especially appreciate the representative of the Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Francis Hussain. You're welcome, sir. May I also especially appreciate the representative of the Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission. That's Professor Tunji Olawa, is represented by Mr. Chike Ubeche. Please put your hands together for me. May I also especially appreciate members of the Jigawa State House of Assembly who are here. Please let's clap for them. Thank you very much. They're here, their members, and thank you for coming to be a part of this. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a few goodwill messages. And first on the list, may I invite the representative of the President of the Employers Association for Private Employment Agencies of Nigeria, represented by the Second Vice President, Mr. Rex Bamidele Jacob. Please put your hands together for him. Please let's clap for him. he stands in a very important position for private sector workers.
Good day all. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. The voice you will be hearing now is the voice of the Chairman, Chief Ambassador Zerebe Okebo, PhD, President and Chairman of the Council, Employers Association and Private Employment Agencies of Nigeria, APN. Distinguished guests, honorable members of the judiciary, esteemed arbitrator and arbitrators, policymakers, social partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great pleasure and honor that I bring you warm greetings on behalf of the Employers Association for Private Employment Agencies of Nigeria, APN, at this 4th International Labour Arbitration and Adjudication Forum. Let me commend Nigerian Employers Representative Association, NECA, for convening this important platform at a time when the world of work is undergoing rapid transformation characterized by evolving employment relationship, increased labor mobility and more complex dispute landscape. The choice of venue, the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, further underscores the forum's relevance to policy, governance and institutional development. Effective labor arbitration and adjudication are fundamental pillars of industrial harmony, economic productivity, and social justice. A credible, accessible, and timely dispute resolution system enhances confidence among employers and workers alike. And it also promotes compliance with labor standards and contributes to a stable and inclusive labor market. For private employment agencies whose operations sit at the intersection of employers, workers, and regulators, the importance of clear legal framework and the efficient dispute resolution mechanism cannot be overstated. PEAs operate in a dynamic environment that increasingly involve non-standard forms of employment, labor outsourcing, and cross-border recruitment. Contests where disputes, if not properly managed, can escalate quickly and on time, undermine trust in the system. EPN is strongly believe and has believed as well that arbitration and adjudication mechanism must continue to evolve in step with these realities. These include strengthening institutional capacity, promoting alternative dispute resolution mechanism, ensuring consistency in interpretation of labor laws, and enhancing access to justice for all parties, particularly vulnerable workers. We also recognize the vital role of continuous dialogue among the judiciary, policymakers, employers, workers, and practitioners. Forums such as this provide an invaluable opportunity to share experience, examine emerging trends, and collectively identify practical resolution and improve labor outcome. As an employer association, EPN remain committed to promoting compliance with labor laws, ethical employment practices, and constructive engagement in dispute resolution processes. We encourage our members to embrace arbitration and mediation as effective tools for resolving workplace disputes in a manner that preserve relationship and support sustainable business operations. As deliberations commences, we urge all participants to encourage openly, draw from competitive experience, and focus on outcomes that strengthen labor institutions and advance decent work in Nigeria and beyond. I congratulate NECA and wish all participants fulfill discussion and successful forum in this meeting. Thank you and God bless you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm told that we sent letters to everyone who will deliver goodwill messages today, but our printer omitted one paragraph, and I'll just read out that paragraph before I call on the next person. The paragraph says, "Distinguished guest, we know that you are going to deliver a goodwill message, and you have a lot to tell us in this place. But because you are a professional and a key stakeholder, we advise that you reduce whatever important message you want to say to 2 minutes. That letter is now complete." Can we clap for the organizers, please? I believe we got the message that every other person coming henceforth will speak for just 2 minutes. It's not difficult, but it's something we can help. May I invite for his goodwill message the representative of Professor Tunji Olabo, Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, is represented here by Mr. Chike Obeche. Please put your hands together for him as he comes in.
Chairman of this forum, I want to stand on existing protocol. This message is being delivered on behalf of Professor Tunji Olabo, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission. He regrets that he is unable to be here due to some other equally important engagement somewhere in Lagos. And the message goes, I am highly honored to be invited as special guest of honor at this important 4th International Labor Adjudication and Arbitration Forum organized by the Nigerian Employers Consultative Forum, NECA. I commend NECA for sustaining this strategic platform that brings together employers, workers, government institutions, and labor justice practitioners to interrogate issues central to industrial peace, fairness, and national development. The theme of this year's forum, access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work, is both timely and compelling. The world of work is undergoing profound transformations driven by digitalization, artificial intelligence, non-standard forms of employment, global supply chains, climate imperatives, and demographic shifts. These changes present new opportunities, but they also pose serious challenges to labor governance, dispute resolution, and equitable access to justice for the tripartite constituents, that is, employers, workers, and government. Let me reiterate the fact that access to labor justice is fundamental to social stability, economic productivity, and democratic governance. For employers, it guarantees predictability, fairness, and confidence in dispute resolution mechanisms. For workers, it ensures dignity, protection of rights, and equitable treatment. For government, it is the bedrock of industrial peace, national competitiveness, and sustainable development. As chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, I wish to state that the civil service reforms are critical to improving access to labor justice in Nigeria. A professional, efficient, and ethical public service strengthens labor institutions, ensures rule-based decision-making, and promotes trust in dispute resolution mechanisms. In this respect, I must emphasize that current reforms in the Nigerian civil service focus mainly on professionalism, competence-based systems, transparency, and digital transformation. These reforms help reduce labor practices in the country. Importantly, labor justice should not only be limited to adjudication and arbitration, it must also prioritize dispute prevention through social dialogue. A responsive civil service supports continuous engagement with employers, organizations, and trade unions, encourages early resolution of disputes, and reduces industrial conflicts. Our interest in labor dispute management in the civil service, therefore, is to promote collaborative approach rather than adversarial relations among the tripartite. Indeed, policies that are inclusive, coherent, and aligned with international labor standards help create an environment where justice, fairness, and harmony can thrive. Thus, where labor justice is accessible, industrial peace is strengthened, and where peace prevails, sustainable national development becomes achievable. Let me conclude this message by pointing out that as Nigeria navigates the complexities of rapidly, access to labor justice must remain non-negotiable. Civil service reforms, when properly aligned with labor governance objectives, can significantly enhance fairness, efficiency, and trust in the labor justice system. I wish this forum fruitful deliberations and impactful outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to say thank you for that message of hope on behalf of civil servants everywhere. May I invite the representative of the ILO country director, the ILO office for Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and Syria. May I thank you very much.
Thank you, and good morning. On behalf of the ILO country director, let me stand on already existing protocol and congratulate NACA once again for organizing this fourth International Labor Arbitration and Adjudication Forum. Last year, the ILO was honored again, and last year we had the distinguished honor of the ILO Director General gracing this occasion. Distinguished guests, esteemed social partners, representatives of government, employers, and workers, on behalf of the International Labour Organization, it is my great pleasure to bring you warm greetings and to convey a goodwill message as you gather for this important International Labour Arbitration and Adjudication Forum. The theme of today's event goes to the heart of the ILO's mandate: a peaceful and productive industrial relations environment built on fairness, dialogue, and mutual respect. Labor justice is not only about complying to labor laws, preventing and resolving disputes. It's about building trust, strengthening institutions, and ensuring that rights and responsibilities are upheld across the world of work. And this is what this forum is about today. This forum is also a call to action. It provides a timely platform for exchanging perspectives, strengthening partnerships, and advancing practical solutions for a peaceful industrial relations ecosystem. At a time when workplaces are are changing rapidly, driven by technology, economic pressures, and new forms of employment. Effective arbitration, social dialogue, bipartite and tripartite, and strong dispute resolution mechanisms are more essential than ever. We commend NECA for annually convening this multi-stakeholder conversation and for NECA's consistent leadership in promoting responsible business practices and constructive engagement with workers and government in Nigeria. The ILO deeply values our collaboration with NECA and with all social partners represented today. As you deliberate, I encourage you to continue nurturing consensus, strengthening your institutions, and reinforcing the culture of dialogue that is so essential for sustainable peace and in the workplace. The ILO remains fully committed to supporting Nigeria's efforts for social dialogue, social justice, and decent work, and we wish you productive, insightful, and impactful discussions throughout this forum. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for her. This is Violetta Chinya-Gorara. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause. She's actually a specialist on workers' activities. So we agree with your statements very correctly. May I also especially appreciate a few people who have joined us, representative of the President of the Nigerian Court of Appeal, the Lord Honorable Justice Haman Akwai is with us. You're welcome. Thank you very much, my Lord. May I also especially appreciate and welcome once again the President of the Nigerian Law Congress. The comrades are saying that we have not recognized him well. Please, can we allow him to stand specially for a special applause? Please clap for him. Clap for him. Thank you, sir. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I also especially appreciate Her Excellency Mrs. Miriam Morales Palmero, Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. So very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite to speak for a goodwill message the representative of the Director General of the Department of State Service, Mr. Adeola Oluwatosin Ajayi, MON, who's represented here today by the Acting Deputy Director General, Operations and State Security, Mr. Patrick Ikemwiwe, FSI, MNI. Please put your hands together for me.
Chairman of today's occasion, the keynote speaker, my Lord Secretary, let me stand on the existing protocol. I bring you greetings from the Director General State Services, Oluwatosin Ajayi, MON. He has asked me come here to represent him because of his inability to be physically present here. He sincerely appreciates this invitation and he has asked me to deliver this goodwill message on his behalf. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to stand before you to present this goodwill message on behalf of the Director General of the Department of State Services on the occasion of the 4th Annual International Labour Arbitration and Adjudication Forum. I wish to commend the Nigerian Employers Consultative Forum for its dedication to enterprises to survive and flourish, and for creating a platform for private sector engagement with government, labor, security, and other relevant stakeholders. In a bid to promote harmonious business environment for greater productivity and shared prosperity. Your foresight brought about the creation of the Labor, Adjudication and Arbitration Forum, which has evolved into a go-to platform for dialogue, engagement, and policy advocacy on labor justice, industrial relations, and dispute resolution. As you converge for this forum, within access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work, access to labor justice for workers, for employers, for government, and society at large. The Department of State Services, as a strategic partner, fully supports every effort to promote industrial harmony, labor justice, and dispute resolution in furtherance of national security. As you gather to deliberate, exchange knowledge, share best practices, and strengthen cooperation between employer bodies, employers, representatives, the judiciary, and government institutions, accept the best wishes and promise of support from the DSS. I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next person I'm about to bring up is a very important one, and someone has, in another quarter, described him as one who, in the history of work in Nigeria, had worked very hard. If he were to be a military man, he would probably be a general, and by now he would be teaching protest or coup plotting in the NDA. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is one who has, from the lowest level of the NLC, worked to make sure that work is done well. He had led with papers, he had led with pen, he had led on the war front, and today he sits at the helm of power as the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as I welcome Comrade Joe Ajero to do us the honor of the good message.
Solidarity! Come on, they gave me 2 minutes. I don't know whether I'm among the people giving 2 minutes. Because in the spirit of tripartism, I think there are 3 legs to this. If NECA is going to give me 2 minutes, I will retaliate by giving them 2 minutes at my own time. Do I have 3 minutes? How many minutes? Let me stand on the protocol already, fixed by NECA. But I won't fail to recognize the president of the Industrial Court. He's a special friend, very, very special. And I have to recognize him because the issue is on labor justice. Although labor justice is not stricto sensu about the judiciary, but I need to recognize him because we fight always. We had a last fight over the issue in Abuja. So we continue to fight until labor justice becomes internalized into our system from the workplace to the judiciary. Thank you very much. I bring you warm greetings from millions of workers in Nigeria. As we gather here today under the 10, access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work. We must be clear that in a rapidly changing world of work, increasingly defined by exploitation, precarious gigs, union busting, and the relentless race for the bottom by capital, the very concept of justice is always in contestation. The powerful often unfortunately define the fate and dynamics of justice. In nations like ours, labor justice sadly bends towards employers, whether public or private. The truth is that to our ruling elites and their various agents often speak of justice for all others. However, to us as working class, this can sound like a hollow phrase, a pacifying slogan. When the scales are perpetually tilted against us, in the workplace, in the larger society, we are constantly at the receiving end of gross injustice and often denied our rights to fairness and equity. It is important to note that true labor justice is not a gift from the powerful. It is not a charity. It is a right, wrested through struggles. It is a bedrock upon which workers' dignity is built, like Lesbella will say his son. They want to give me human rights. Human rights are my property. It is on this basic understanding of workers' rights, which are also human rights, that we urge NECA to demand that its members not only know these rights, but also ensure that their workers know them too. It is only when workers and others in the workplace know their rights that it will become clear to them when their rights are abridged, thus seek remedial actions through the courts. To tackle impediments to justice, all of us who are stakeholders in the workplace must begin from the standpoint of conscientizing our members in the workplace on the knowledge of their rights while at work. Employers must therefore deliberately educate themselves and also educate our members that we can remove this ignorance, which is one of the greatest impediments against access to labor justice. Well-informed workplace actors grant greater access to labor justice and create a rule-based workplace that has greater chances, guaranteeing workplace equity and harmony. For greater access to labor justice, the judiciary must be blind to the class, but unfortunately, that remains to be seen. We say it must have 2020 vision for justice. It must see clearly the power imbalance between the lone worker and the conglomerate. It must recognize the collective will of workers expressed through their unions as sacrosanct. A judiciary that is blind in the wrong way becomes an instrument of oppression, legalizing unfair dismissals, criminalizing strikes, and upholding contracts that are chains of modern-day wage slavery. When the courts become venues for delay, technicalities, and judgments that punish workers for organizing, they do not build trust. They breed contempt. They force workers to ask, is this temple of justice also a tool of our oppressors? When justice is commodified and accessible only to those who can afford endless litigation, the judiciary abdicates its duties. This compels our people and other actors to seek other means, a short course we keep talking about, but let us be friends. This so we all understand it. What you call short course we call direct action, mass mobilization, and legitimate collective power of the working class. When the doors of justice are barred, workers will find and have always found their way, their own door. The history of every worker's right, from the 8-hour day to safety standards, is written not primarily in court judgments, but in the records of strikes, protests, and steadfast solidarity. Therefore, to the judiciary and arbitrators here present, our message is this: to be genuine arbiters, you must first understand the terrains of conflict between the rich and the poor, between the worker and the employer. Your governors must defend the weak against the strong. Your interpretations must bring life into conventions like the ILO Convention 87, ILO Convention 98 on freedom of association and collective bargaining, not suffocated with legalities. Upon the right to strike as a fundamental inalienable right, not a privilege to be bargained away. We want to see, for example, rule that the employer must continue to keep the worker whose termination is in court in the service until the matter is settled, the same way you rule to restrain workers from embarking on strike, though due process was followed in calling for action. To NECA, our social partners in the adversarial yet necessary hands of industrial relations, we say a system where workers have no faith in justice is a system primed for crisis. Unresolved grievances become strikes. Suppressed strikes become unrest. True industrial peace can only be built on the foundation of genuine justice, not fear or subjugation. In conclusion, therefore, as the world of war continues to evolve, we do not seek a judiciary that is passive referee. We need a vibrant, courageous, pro-people and pro-nation judiciary that stands as a shield for the working class, that recognizes that in a conflict between a labor and capital, neutrality often sides with the status quo. And the status quo is exploitation. Clearly, when you stop us from embarking on a course of action against an ongoing injustice, you may simply be giving a seal of approval to an existing criminality or abuse of rights, thus prolong the suffering of the worker. NLC therefore strongly commends the leadership of NECA for its consistency in organizing this program. We commit ourselves to our existing relationship and hope that we will continue to seek better ways to deepen our cordial engagements to make our workplace better. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, you didn't greet the workers traditionally. Please put your hands together for me. Thank you very much. This is a very special one. Big photographers, please capture that. A very beautiful handshake between labor, particularly labor on the field, and labor on the bench. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. He has been greatly described as a drum major in the marching band of the working class, a whistle in the night of injustice, one who is forged in the fire of protest, tempered in the rhythm of resistance, one who is gentle with the gentle and tough with the tough. So he's both a clenched fist and an open palm. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, Mr. President. That, for me, is even a soft landing. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking another message very quickly, we want to take a message on arbitration. When two brothers inherited one-story building from their father, the rich one he inherited the ground floor, and the poor one inherited the first floor. The rich one renovated the ground floor. Renovated the first floor he inherited, and the poor one on the ground floor could not renovate. After 10 years, he got a contract, and he had money to renovate the ground floor. So he went to meet his builder and he asked, "Sir, I want to renovate my house. Can you check it?" When they checked, they said, "Sir, renovation is no longer possible. What you need to do is to demolish." Now we are trying to settle how can they demolish the ground floor without affecting the first floor. I hope that the chairman of the Industrial Arbitration Panel will be able to reduce that into a solution, even though it's a domestic dispute. May I therefore invite for a goodwill message representative of the chairman, Industrial Arbitration Panel, Arbitrator Juliana Anti-Depan. Please put your hands together as she comes down to speak to us.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if that case will come for arbitration, we'll be able to handle it and give it to be resolved. That both parties will be happy with the resolution. Thank you. I stand to represent the chairman of the Industrial Arbitration Panel, who is unavoidably absent, and I'm here to read her goodwill message. It is my honor and privilege. I'm sorry permit me to stand on the already established protocol in view of the time that I've been allocated. Thank you. It is my honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 4th Annual International Labour Adjudication and Arbitration Forum. I commend NEPA for sustaining this important platform for dialogue and reflection on labour justice, particularly under this timely theme, access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work. In today's evolving labor landscape, shaped by technological innovation, globalization, informalization of work, and shifting employment relationships, the need for accessible, efficient, and credible dispute resolution mechanism has never been greater. Labor justice is not merely about resolving disputes. It's about sustaining industrial peace, strengthening trust among social partners, and fostering a stable environment for economic growth and national development. The Industrial Arbitration Panel, as a statutory dispute resolution body established under the Trade Dispute Act, occupies a central place in Nigeria's labor relations framework, empowered to inquire into trade disputes referred to it by the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, and to issue binding awards. The IAP has, over the years, played a vital role in promoting industrial harmony and preventing protracted conflicts that could disrupt productivity and national stability. Arbitration offers several distinct advantages in the settlement of labor disputes. It is less adversarial than conventional litigation, more flexible in procedure, and often faster in delivering outcomes. Importantly, it provides a structured but practical avenue for resolving complex industrial disputes while preserving working relationships between employers and workers. This is essential in a world of work where collaboration and mutual respect are increasingly critical. However, we also recognize that the demands of the modern labor environment require continuous reform and institutional strengthening. In this regard, there are ongoing labor reforms in Nigeria aimed to reposition and modernize our dispute resolution architecture. A key aspect of this reform is the transformation of the Industrial Arbitration Panel into the proposed National Commission for Arbitration. This transformation is designed to enhance institutional independence, professionalism, efficiency and responsiveness. The reform initiative also aligns with global best practices and reflects Nigeria's commitment to improving access to labor justice for employers, workers, and government alike. A strengthened arbitration framework will reduce industrial unrest, minimize economic disruptions, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development. As we deliberate at this forum, I encourage all stakeholders to continue supporting arbitration and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms as constructive tools for resolving labor disputes. The future of labor justice in Nigeria lies in collaborative engagement, institutional reform, and unwavering commitment to fairness, equity, and the rule of law. On behalf of the Industry Arbitration Panel, I reaffirm our dedication to promoting efficient, transparent, and credible dispute resolution in Nigeria. Together, through strengthening institutions and sustained tripartite cooperation, we can ensure that access to labor justice remains a cornerstone of industrial peace in our rapidly changing world of work. I thank you for the invitation to the IAP, and I wish this forum a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Another round of applause. I also want to remind us that in this building there is order and decorum, and we follow rules. The DG has asked me to inform those who are coming for good messages that we earlier agreed that it should be 2 minutes. Let us stick to that 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is one who's described as a teacher of solidarity and a strategist of social justice. May I invite the Director General of the Michael Imogu National Institute for Labor Studies, Comrade Issa Emena. Please put your hands together for me. Please let's clap for me.
I would like to also adopt the outstanding recognitions that have been made by Dr. Ifeanyi Emena, the President of the Council of NECA. I brought to NECA fraternal greetings and solidarity from the management and staff of the Premier Labor Institute for Labor Studies, named after number 1 labor leader, Michael Imogu, based in Illinois. I would like to identify with other speakers to congratulate NECA for keeping faith with this platform. This is the 4th edition. And I was trying to check, NECA will be 70 years old next year. And NECA has come out as the most organized, the most dynamic employers association, not just in Nigeria, but Africa as a whole. NECA has been doing this not by just representing the employers, which actually form the association, own the association, but by creating a platform like this with which we all interact as labor market actors, employers of labor, labor themselves, and I can see also civil society members who are here today. So we identify with NECA. I was at the inaugural forum of this, and I'm happy that NECA has kept faith with this platform, which we learned so much. And the theme of this year is extremely very timely. Access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work. We can see here, even within see that his voice is inversely related to his height. That's a legitimate demand for access to labor justice. On a serious note, labor deserves justice in the world of work, justice over unfair treatment, justice for adequate compensation for work done. Of course, employers of labor also demand justice. How do you balance welfare of workers with sustainable enterprise? And the government needs to also deserve justice, because government even has more overriding objectives of national development, of job creation. And looking at, my Lord Justice Kayib, the President of National Industrial Court, you also agree with me that he also deserves justice, because I can see how my community ordinarily took the case of court of law to court of public opinion. So I think everybody deserves justice in the true sense of the word. So that's why this team, I think, is very timely. And I want to say that the way to sustain the discussion is to also promote labor education. NECA will be 70 years old next year, but my institute, Michael Iwobi National Institute for Labor Study, was established in 1983. So we'll be effectively 43 years old this year. So the founding fathers of Nigeria have thought it necessary that the labor market it's a specialized field, just like money market, capital market, and that the only way to promote harmony in the world of work is to have an institute that will promote labor education in that respect. So whatever discussions we are holding here, resolutions that we carry out, I've known that in my mind that at the heart of it is to promote labor education. And I want to congratulate Mr. Adewale Oyende, the DG of NECA, who is actually the fellow of my institute, to say that we should carry the discussion forward to systemic education, so that all the issues that are raised there, how do we go to arbitration, mediation, adjudication, how can we get justice in the world of work, how can we disagree without being disagreeable. This requires proper education consistently. So, in summary, I think we should combine the demand for ease of doing business with ease of work and ease of living. Rapture Jali, it's a round of applause for him. It's the face of the civil society. I watched you 2 days ago discussing about the new international, what do you call it, the corruption perception index for Nigeria, which has led Nigeria down, and I had you agonizing about corruption in Nigeria and also workers who collect bribe, police who collect bribe. But let me also add this, that we can't fight corruption without ensuring ease of work and ease of business, which can only be done by adequate compensation for working men and women. If you have policemen that are not well paid, they will possibly sell their dogs to the bandits. But I'm happy you are here. I think it's also about legal justice, that we must make sure we have a linkage between development and the need to take care of working people in the world of work. So on this brief note, I want to say congratulate you, NECA, and I hope in the spirit of partnership, I think we need to broaden the participation, for all the key stakeholders, so that we can all partner together to make this possible. For the last note, I would like to recognize the ambassador of Cuba, ably represented. Please a round of applause for Cuba. Viva Cuba! We are asking for labor justice in the world of work. Cuba is asking for more than that. Cuba is asking for economic justice, social justice against the blockade and the dictatorship of the new president, the current president of round of blockages that have been sanctions that have been imposed on Cuba at the same time. So I'm happy they're there. So as we are talking of labor justice, let there be adequate justice for Cuba and demand that we should leave the undeserved blockade against Cuba. And Cuba has the right to assert itself as a sovereign state. Minister of Social of Brazil, Viva Lula, I'm happy to see you here and I would like to also listen to your presentation in a way that will carry forward the back.
Thank you very much. Tell you nowadays he's a teacher, he uses strategy for protest. Please put your hands together for him. The next person I want to bring is someone who helped a young man in my area to get a job. The boy was homeless for about 6 years and eventually got a job last week. And he came to my office complaining. He said, "Sir, this is not supposed to be a good thing." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Sir, how can I do this job? It's an international job. They say I have to work from home." And he's homeless. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure he will help us resolve that issue when he comes in. But he is one who represents a brand of advocacy that is strategic, research-driven, and rooted in democratic ideals. He's a civil reformer committed to building a Nigeria where accountability is not optional but operational. He is a watchdog with a pen on one hand and principle on the other. We are therefore invited for his goodwill message, and he has promised it will be brief and straight to the point. He is the Executive Director of the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center and head of the Transparency International Nigeria, our Musa Rafsanjani. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Our host, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, DG Mills, DG Maker, who brought us here, President of Nigerian Labour Congress, Lady, I feel to also stand on well-established protocols. A civil society organization, CISLA holds a long history of championing advocacy for labor justice, industrial relations, and dispute resolution. Working closely with the Nigerian Labour Congress, as well as Federal Ministry of Labour Employment and Federal Ministry of Trade Investment. CISLA has also enjoyed close relationship with International Labour Organization and International Organization on Migration, contributing its quota to policy and legal formulation to promote industrial peace and justice in Nigeria. The themes of this year is integral part of the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, which resonates soundly with also ILO mandate to protect social justice and offer us a collective opportunity to advocate, formulate, and enshrine mechanisms that guarantee accessibility of justice system to all. As the world advances and changes, the world of work is also rapidly changing with technology and digitalization, reshaping the landscape. Clearly, this forum recognizing these rapid changes and need to ensure access to labor justice for employers and employees irrespective of the occupation or the sector. At CISLA, we recognize the nexus between civil society engagement and the labor justice. We are fully aware that labor and labor force are critical pillars of socio-economic development, especially in developing countries like Nigeria, and remain committed to partnering with relevant stakeholders in promoting issues of dignity of labor, because we really want to promote dignity of labor. We cannot afford, like Isa had mentioned, that we cannot afford to be giving people peanuts and expect them to put their best. So we also call for decent and dignity in labor.
Ladies and gentlemen, because of the notice that I was given that I should just talk small, I will have to respect that protocol. But I want to once again thank the organizers for organizing this forum, and we hope that this forum will come with corporate recommendation that will address labor justice and equity in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And so very quickly we'll move to another, and this time we are going to Cuba. Permit me therefore to invite the representative of the ambassador, who is represented here today by the Deputy Ambassador, Ana Flavor Gomez Pavon, who is representing today Mrs. Maria Morales Palmero, the Ambassador of Cuba. Please put your hands together for that.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to stand the system protocol. It is an honor to address you on behalf of the Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Miriam Morales Palmero, who asked me to convey her sincere appreciation to the Nigeria's Employees Consultative Association for the invitation to participate in this 4th Annual International Labor and Adjudication Forum. The theme of this forum, Access to Labor Justice in Rapidly Changing World of Work, is highly relevant in light of the profound challenges facing workers and ongoing economic, technological, and social transformation. In Cuba, equity and social justice have been essential pillars of our development models. Workers occupy a central place in public policy, supported by a solid legal framework that includes the Constitution of the Republic and the Labor Code, which guarantee labor rights, social protection, and access to dispute resolution and arbitration mechanisms. However, these efforts are carried out under extremely adverse conditions. The economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States against Cuba for more than 64 years has had a direct and serious impact to the national economy, and particularly on Cuban workers. Recent sanctions, including the inhuman and injustice executive order used by the President Donald Trump, aimed at preventing the Cuban government from purchasing oil, as well as the threat of sanctions against 3 third countries that violate this measure, has affected transportation, production, basic services, and overall working conditions. Despite this limitation, Cuba has not renounced its commitment to working class, prioritizing the protection of employment, wage, social security, and universal access to essential services under the most complex circumstances. We also wish to recognize the important work carried out by Nigeria, especially by NECA, in strengthening in labor registration and institution, as well as the commitment to social dialogue, labor arbitration, and adjudication mechanism. Cuba reiterated its interest in strengthening cooperation in labor sphere based on shared interest and exchange of specialized experience and knowledge, convinced that South-South cooperation can contribute to great labor justice in our countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. She has spent a lot of time in Nigeria. She's very Nigerian now. Please put your hands together for Alaka, Nigeria. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, up next we'll go to the Federal Ministry of Trade, of Industry, Trade and Investment, and the Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Nora Ambarini, has sent the Director, Industrial Inspectorate Department, to do us the honors of doing a goodwill message. May I therefore invite Engineer Itokwe Oshino to do us the honors. Please put your hands together for me.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I'm here to represent the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Ambassador Nura Abari, and I'll be presenting his goodwill message. I'm pleased to be invited to deliver this goodwill message at the 4th Annual International Labour Adjudication and Arbitration Forum, organized by the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. I commend NECA for sustaining this important platform for dialogue and policy engagement on labor justice, industrial relations, and dispute resolution. The theme of this year's forum, access to labor justice, is a rapidly changing world of work. In it is timely and highly relevant. The world of work is undergoing profound transformation, driven by technological advancements, globalization, demographic shifts, and new forms of employment. These changes present both opportunities and challenges, particularly in ensuring that labor justice remains accessible, fair, efficient, and responsive to the needs of workers, employers, government, and society at large. Access to labor justice is fundamental to the promotion of decent work, industrial harmony, and sustainable economic development. Effective adjudication and arbitration mechanisms play a critical role in resolving disputes, protecting rights, and fostering trust among social partners. I therefore commend NECA for its foresight in establishing labor adjudication and arbitration forum as a platform that brings together key stakeholders to exchange ideas, share experiences, and advance right-based and collaborative approaches to dispute resolution. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment remains committed to policies and initiatives that promote industrial development, trade expansion, investment attraction, and job creation. We recognize that a stable and predictable industrial relations environment is essential for boosting investor confidence, enhancing productivity, and achieving inclusive economic growth. In this regard, labor justice institutions and social dialogue mechanisms are indispensable partners in national development. I'm particularly delighted that this forum features distinguished international and national experts whose insights will enrich discussion and provide valuable perspectives on strengthening labor justice system in a rapidly evolving world of work. I'm confident that the outcomes of this engagement will contribute meaningfully to policy formulation and institutional reforms in Nigeria and beyond. In conclusion, I wish to assure you that the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment will continue to collaborate with NECA and other social partners in promoting industrial harmony, decent work, and sustainable economic growth. I wish the organizers and participants a successful and impactful forum. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I also add that you have helped many businesses to survive and new ones to be informed. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. The young man made me once that he wanted to start a business, that he needed a loan. So I said, what kind of loan do you need? He said, I want a bank. I said, yes, loan can be given by a bank. So tell me, what kind of bank do you want? He said, sir, I want a bank that will give me a loan and leave me alone. I said, there's no such bank. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the representative of the head of sales of the Federation, Mrs. D.D. Esther Wassanja, OON, MNI. She's represented here today by the Director of Legal Services in the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Maimuna Idris. Please put your hands together for her.
My lords here present, Chairman of the occasion, DG NECA, distinguished speakers and invited guests, I have the honor to deliver this good message on behalf of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. D.D. Esther Wasunja, OON MNI, and I read, I am pleased to express my warm goodwill to the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association on the occasion of the 4th International Labour Adjudication and Arbitration Forum. I commend NECA for sustaining this important platform for dialogue, reflection, and consensus building on labor justice and industrial harmony. The theme of this year's forum, access to labor justice in the rapidly changing world of work, is both timely and strategic. No nation can achieve sustainable economic growth without a stable and predictable industrial relations environment. Peaceful dispute resolution, strengthened adjudication mechanisms, and effective arbitration processes are not merely legal instruments, they are foundational pillars for productivity, investor confidence, and national development. The Federal Civil Service recognizes that sound labor adjudication contributes directly to institutional effectiveness. When disputes are resolved fairly, transparently, and expeditiously, trust is strengthened between employers, employees, and the state. This trust is essential for advancing decent work, safeguarding rights, and promoting social justice. At this juncture, permit me to recognize with appreciation the growing international stature of this forum and the participation of distinguished global thought leaders. Such engagement reinforces Nigeria's commitment to the aligning with global best practices while addressing our unique national realities. As we continue to reform and modernize our governance systems, we must also ensure that our labor dispute resolution frameworks remain responsive, professional, and anchored in integrity. A peaceful industrial ecosystem is not accidental. It is the product of deliberate collaboration among social partners, strong institutions, and principled leadership. I again commend NECA for its consistency and foresight in convening this forum and for its continued commitment to tripartite cooperation. I am confident that the deliberations will yield practical insights that will further strengthen labor justice, enhance industrial harmony, and contribute meaningfully to national development. Please accept my best wishes for a successful and impactful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you for keeping to time. In fact, we left some time for the next speaker. Please put your hands together for her. So you can see what lawyers do differently in the world. I think we should clap for both the lawyers and the judges in the house. Let's especially celebrate. Somebody said, what is good for Greece is good for Uganda. May I invite to speak to us, my Lord, the President, Court of Appeal of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Monica Domba-Benson, who is represented here today by my Lord, Honorable Justice Akaro Barka, JC. Thank you very much, my Lord. Please put your hands together for me.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Monica Domba-Benson, has told me of her desire to be here in person. Sadly, she can't make it due to other official engagements she couldn't escape from. She therefore asked me to represent her and to deliver the good message on her behalf. May I therefore convey my Lord's best wishes for the President and Director General of NECA and all executive members for extending this invitation to my Lord the President and inviting her to deliver the message. I recall that my Lord was at the same forum as a key speaker during that forum of the association. Let me also convey my Lord's heartfelt greetings to all distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and all participants attending this International Arbitration Forum, and to state that the theme for this year, access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work, concerns deeply, highlighting the imperative need for equitable justice for employees, employers, government, and the society at large. The deliberations over the next few hours, I believe, will undoubtedly shape strategies enhancing labor justice, promoting fair labor practices, and addressing emerging challenges in a rapidly evolving workplace. I am confident that the collective expertise and insight will yield impactful outcomes, strengthening the fabric of labor relations and contributing to a more just society. It is this light that the role of the Court of Appeal on labor matters has been profoundly impactful, playing a pivotal role in shaping Nigeria's labor jurisprudence by ensuring the expeditious consideration of labor cases and setting precedents that promote fair labor practices. Court of Appeal has not contributed significantly to a more just society and will continue in that regard. As we navigate this rapidly changing world of work, Nigeria must stay connected to global labor realities and trends. Labor markets worldwide are shaped by globalization, technology-driven advancements, and changing workforce expectations, bringing trends to deep economic growth, remote work adoption, and a focus on work-life balance. Labor law is evolving to address job security in automation, worker classification, and digital rights in view of the current diverse spaces in the labor market. And as a member of the International Labour Organization, Nigeria benefits from aligning its labor practices with international standards promoting decent work, fair competition, and worker protection. Fusing ILO regulations into national labor practices can enhance workers' rights, boost economic growth, and improve Nigeria's global standing in the world of work. Yes, we should all productive, fruitful, and rewarding celebration. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, my Lord. We appreciate you. We are honored to have you once again. A very senior lawyer appeared before the judge in the court of theft, in the case of theft. The subject matter was a goat. And the man was playing. He said, "My Lord, my client here agreed that he stole the goat. But he said, my Lord, if you test the pepper soup that was made by this goat, you will temper justice with mercy." There's one who I need to specially invite, ladies and gentlemen, and he has worked very hard to ensure that what we do here has meaning. As minister, he has helped life to be very, very easy. He had maintained the industrial peace by helping to relatively resolve labor disputes through dialogue, fair labor practices, advanced bilateral labor agreements, and for me, advocated for decent work conditions and workers' welfare. He has also supported job creation schemes and development, and much than that, has helped to facilitate industrial work harmony. And he's here. He wanted to be here, we know personally, but what can we do? May I therefore invite the one who will be speaking on behalf of the Chief Labor Officer in the country, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, Dr. Mohammed Megari Gyadi, who's represented here today by Mr. Amos Fallon, who is the Director of Trade Union Services and Industrial Relations in the Ministry. Please put your hands together for me.
and fairness in this resolution. Government will fail society benefit from peace, productivity, and sustainable development. Therefore, when justice is delayed or inaccessible, trust erodes, productivity suffers, and social tension rise. But when justice is swift, impartial, and inclusive, workplaces thrive and economies grow. As honorable minister of labor and employment, I would like Mr. President to lead both agendas. I reaffirm Nigeria's commitment to strengthen labor arbitration and arbitration. As always, my ministry will continue to support reform that modernize labor laws to reflect new reality of work, enhance the capacity of arbitration panel for faster resolution of issues, promote alternative dispute resolution mechanisms that reduce litigation costs and delays, and encourage tripartite dialogue among government, employers, and workers to prevent dispute before they escalate. The recognition of the fact that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done, accessible to workers and employers. This forum therefore becomes more than a conference. It is a call to action, and I urge all participants to share innovative ideas on how labor justice can adapt to digital economy. 2. Strengthen collaboration between employers and workers to build trust. 3. Explore how arbitration and arbitration can be made affordable and inclusive. And lastly, commit to reform that balance flexibility in employment, fairness, and profession. I am particularly disturbed by the international recognition of this value, the presence of global thought leaders, such as the President of the International Organization of Employers and the President of Brazil's Superior Labor Club. We enrich our discussion with diverse perspectives. Brazil's exemplary model of labor arbitration, emphasizing restorative justice and possessive principles, offers valuable lessons for Nigeria as we refine our own system. Similarly, insights from academics, HR professionals, and industry executives will undoubtedly create pathways to more effective application framework. Let us draw from these exchanges to strengthen regional and global cooperation, aligning with international standards set by bodies like International Labour Organization, of which Nigeria is a proud member. In the spirit of goodwill, I reaffirm the federal government's commitment to advancing labor justice under President Ahmed Tinubu. We are prioritizing investment in skill development, fair wage policies, and digital tools for efficient implementation. We are also enhancing the capacity of our national industrial corps and labor arbitration panel to ensure speed and impartial justice. As we celebrate today, I urge all participants to engage with openness, empathy, and a shared vision for the future. May this forum give actionable recommendations that prepare us towards a more just and harmonious world of work. I wish you all fruitful celebration and a successful event. Thank you, and may God bless the federal government.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Can we celebrate him a little more? Thank you. Thank you very much. You spoke the mind of the Honorable Minister, and that indeed for us is key. About 5 people before had represented ministers, and shortly after that, they also got their name on the ministerial list. So can we clap for him in the future? Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next is a simple one, and this will be a bridge to also remind us that we have a keynote that is made in Brazil, the fashion of Sampa and in the name of Pele. So ladies and gentlemen, as someone will bring up who will speak first and tell us about our story, about our history, and where we are going. So may I therefore introduce the one who understands, whose delicate machinery and the fine art of dancing within the DG and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Employers Consulting Association, Mr. Adewale Smart Mary. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Because our time is fast spent, and rightly so. At the beginning of when we were planning this, we had a very long conversation with my Lord, Justice Kyle. And part of the issues we raised was the issue of goodwill. And we tried as much as possible to squeeze the list of those that will give goodwill so that we don't overstretch. But the more we try to reduce, the more we realize that NECA stakeholders and collaborators, they are expanding as they are. And it becomes very difficult for us to do that. So pardon us for that list. Currently, they say collaboration is the new currency. So we try to build collaboration across board so that we can accommodate as many people as possible. But for my intervention, if you check page 1 of the program, if you have page 1 of the program, the evolution of this conference is actually there. I won't pause with this. Please kindly update yourself with one program and see how the program has evolved in the last 4 years. But permit me, even as you do that, and rightly so, for good reasons, to especially recognize my Lord Justice Kanye for many reasons, many reasons. But the seed of this program was sown with him about 4 years ago, just as a formal conversation. From that formal conversation, my Lord has stood with us, and we are now at the 4th international session. The first 3 was local, and then the 4th one became international, following the keynote address of the DG of ILO last year. Thank you very much, Justice Kanye. I want to recognize, especially the President of the Appeal Court. My Lord was here with us full-fledged last year, and unfortunately, during last year was on the 3rd of February, and when my Lord was speaking, she actually dropped with us a big bouquet of red roses. It was 13th of February, 14th of February was Valentine's. She gave us a big bouquet of red roses to commemorate this session. Permit me also, rightly so, to recognize the DG of Nails, the Abubakar. Please thank you very much for being with us. The judges of the National Industrial Court, we have about over 25 to 30 judges of the National Industrial Court also here with us. I need to recognize these individuals. Let's give Government Council of NECA a round of applause, please. Thank you very much for flying in from Lagos. Comrade Ayuba Waba, thank you very much. I think the mix-up is please let's give Comrade Ayuba Waba a round of applause. Also, we have with us Comrade Excellent, former TUC President. Please let's give Comrade Excellent also a round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us. The ILO Director, thank you very much. The DGDSS, thank you very much for with us last year. The ex chairman was also with us last year, and thank you very much for joining us for this session. Many other persons we want to recognize, and my brother also, the president of NLC, according to my brother, even though there will always be issues where we will not agree, but we always agree to disagree. Thank you very much, Comrade, for making it. The Ambassador of Cuba, thank you. And Dr. Bayomi also, and the Solicitor for NECA, thank you. Now, if you check page 4, page 3 of this, page 8 also, you see just a brief of the keynote speaker. So we won't also take much of our time going through the many things. We have tried to summarize his profile
we summarize, then we use ChatGPT again, and then we use Gemini to also summarize what ChatGPT has summarized, so that we can have a very small context of his profile, because if we start to read his profile, we probably will not live here. But permit me respectfully, on behalf of the President of NECA, Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye, to welcome our keynote speaker, Minister Lelio Bendes Corora, to kindly come up and take his good message. Please let's give Justice Bendes a good round of applause, please. Please let's give clapping for him. It flew almost 24 hours from Brazil to join us in Abuja. Please let's give clapping, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very, very much for having me. I would like to express how deeply honored I am with this opportunity in Nigeria for the first time and getting to know so many nice people and really committed to the promotion of labor relations that are fair and principled by values of decent work. I'd like to recognize, of course, the president of NECA, who invited me along with the Director General. And since my arrival here, they have been very, very kind to me. And also, I'd like to the representative of the President of the Court of Appeal of Nigeria, and my dear friend, Justice Khalid, President of the Nigerian Industrial Court, and member of the ILO Committee of Experts, very distinguished body of the International Labour Organization. I also extend my greetings to this selected audience, representatives, particularly the representative from the Ministry of Labor, legislative power representatives, and particularly the DG of the International Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, which hosts this event in this fantastic venue. Lawyers, students, members of the arbitration bodies of Nigeria, and my fellow judges. When I first arrived, Justice Kennedy, I was taken by a feeling that somehow I was coming home, even though that was my first time here. And then I realized that Brazil and Nigeria have a lot in common. We have bonds developed over centuries. Since the 16th century. And unfortunately, 4.8 million African citizens were my country. And even though despite the sadness of being away from home or being taken away from their families, they were strong enough to celebrate their values, their faith, and their culture. And that culture influenced a lot my own culture. So that is why I feel like coming back home. We all know that Africa is the cradle of the human species. And I can say that Nigeria is the mother of my country, Brazil. As to the issue we should discuss today, I must start by saying that throughout history, law has been of utmost importance in organizing stable and peaceful societies by means of determining conduct, structuring institutions, and regulating social interaction, and providing mechanisms for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Nevertheless, history also teaches that law has not always served emancipatory purposes. In several occasions, it has equally worked as an instrument of social, economic, and political domination, legitimizing hierarchical and uneven relations related to property, family, gender, political authority, and labor. In such contexts, law does not merely reflect inequality. It institutionalizes and reproduces it within both political and civil society. It is against this background that labor law emerges in the early stages of capitalism as a profoundly transformative and, in many aspects, revolutionary branch of law. It arises as the legal expression of a social and economic group historically placed at the lower end of the social hierarchy, lacking institutional voice and political power. Gradually, workers begin to organize as a means to achieve a more balanced relationship with employers. Collective bargaining helps to improve working conditions, building a rights-based system, and fostering labor relations based on social dialogue. Labor law, first and foremost, aims at the improvement of working conditions and at the enhancement of democracy through social dialogue in the context of a relationship inherently unequal and many times exploitative. It also plays a progressive and expansionist role, gradually incorporating rights into the legal order. At the same time, labor law plays a pivotal role in building productive, harmonious societies, favoring economic development and the capitalist system itself. As stated in the preamble of the International Labour Organization Constitution, the improvement of working conditions are instrumental in preventing social unrest. For more than 100 years, the ILO has played a central role in building and disseminating principles and standards aimed at addressing the challenges of an ever-changing world of work. Its tripartite structure employers, workers, and government representatives, favors the adoption of standards that are realistic and relevant to the world of work, always taking into consideration the different stages of development of state members. It is largely acknowledged that ILO standards promote productivity, encourage investments in technology and skills, and foster management models that respect human dignity, avoiding super exploitation. However, the aims of labor law, cannot be fulfilled in abstract. They depend decisively on the existence of an effective labor jurisdiction. Recognizing rights formally at the national or international level is of little help for the betterment of the lives of ordinary people. To be rendered effective, those rights must be correctly implemented and translated into concrete action that impacts favorably the lives of those protected. To that extent, access to justice lies at the core of the rights-based society. It stands out as one of the main pillars of democracy, ensuring the rule of law and equitable access of all to remedies against violation of rights and oppression. Impartial and well-trained judges, accessible and affordable mechanisms and remedies are a requirement to an effective jurisdiction. Courts must have the authority to hear a case, the ability to enforce their decisions, and the capacity to provide fair justice is therefore not a merely procedural concern. It is a substantive condition for the effectiveness of labor law itself, encompassing both a formal dimension that comprehends the availability of courts, procedures, and remedies, and a material dimension, meaning the real ability of workers and employers to reach those institutions and obtain time
judiciary with specialized courts at all levels. First instance labor courts, regional labor courts at the appeal level, and the National Superior Labor Court responsible for jurisprudential uniformity and coherence. This model is in practice since 1941 and was enshrined in the Constitution of Brazil in 1946 and ensures continuous specialization throughout the judicial structure. These are distinct but equally legitimate institutional choices. Nigeria concentrates specialization at the point of access. Brazil extends it across the entire judicial system. Both systems, though, seek to address the same underlying concern: how to ensure that labor rights are adjudicated by institutions capable of understanding the social asymmetries inherent to employment relations. What matters most is not the architectural, formal design of the system, but its capacity to deliver accessible, timely, and enforceable justice. One aspect, though, that differentiates both systems is worthy to note, and that is the appeals system. Unlike Brazil, where the law provides for an excessive number of appeals, I can say that I've been through some cases where 10 appeals were lodged by the parties throughout the life of the process. In Nigeria, appeals from the National Industrial Court decisions are generally admissible only on constitutional or fundamental rights grounds, even though I was informed that jurisprudence is somehow making these requirements a bit more flexible. But it should be borne in mind that this limitation is important to the extent that it effectively limits routine review of labor cases by other courts, which is especially relevant when the superior courts don't have per se the training, the proper training in the specific labor law principles. The Nigerian models prioritize finality and expeditiousness at first instance, but also place heightened importance on the quality and accessibility of proceedings before the National Industrial Court. Regarding the effectiveness of the judicial system, one dimension is often decisive and yet underestimated: judicial capacity building. In my country, one practical expression of this capacity building agenda has been the development and dissemination of judicial protocols and guidelines for adjudication with perspective for the protection of the most vulnerable groups. That is, decision-making informed by an explicit awareness of structural vulnerability, inequality, and the real conditions in which work is performed. Judges cannot ignore the facts and the reality of the conditions of work. Within the labor judiciary, these protocols encourage judges to evaluate evidence, give credibility, and adopt remedies and a normative framework extremely relevant for the interpretation of domestic law in a manner that safeguards due process, equality before the law, and effective remedy. In that sense, an important feature of the Nigerian constitutional framework is the express recognition of the relevance of the international labor standards. A similar provision is enshrined in the Brazilian Constitution, meaning that domestic law must be interpreted in line with the principles and provisions stemming from international standards. And special attention should be paid to the views expressed by the monitoring bodies of the International Labour Organization. Among them, the Committee of Experts, which this year celebrates its 100th anniversary, and the Committee on Freedom of Association as authoritative sources of interpretation of international labor standards. While the Industrial Court of Nigeria plays a central role in applying these norms at first instance, their interpretative authority cannot be confined to a single level of jurisdiction. Courts of appeal and the Supreme Court itself also perform a vital role in ensuring that international labor standards inform constitutional interpretation, statutory construction, and the development of labor jurisprudence. And the recent example of some decisions of the Supreme Court of Brazil evidence the need for training of judges at the Supreme Court level on the principles that inform labor law. By means of a single decision, the Supreme Court can get rid of jurisprudence built in the labor justice system for decades, and that brings a lots of confusion and uncertainty to workers and employers. And many times we find certain civil jurisdiction judges struggling to grasp the very basic concepts of labor law, such as the predominance of facts over the formal aspects of the relationships or the protective nature of labor law itself. Access to labor justice in its full sense requires coherence across the entire judicial system. Despite institutional progress, significant challenges remain ahead. Among them, as I have already expressed, informality stands out as a huge barrier to access to justice. Large segments of the workforce remain outside formal employment relationships, and that limits their ability to invoke legal protection and have access to judicial remedies. And this is another aspect that brings our realities close. According to the National Bureau of Statistics of Nigeria, as reported in the Nigeria Labor Force Survey 2024, approximately 92.6 to 93% of total employment in Nigeria is informal. In Brazil, 38% of the workforce is to be found in the informal sector, or almost 40 million workers. In practical terms, these figures indicate that both countries face a huge challenge, since in the absence of formal employment arrangements, millions of workers suffer direct implications in social protection, labor regulation, and effective access to labor justice. By the same token, traditional communities living far away from urban centers face enormous challenges in accessing the traditional justice system. In my country, indigenous peoples, Quilombo communities, artisanal fishermen, among others, often lack the means to bring their grievances before a court of law. Contemporary institutional challenges are often rooted in long-term structural processes, and labor justice plays a crucial role in addressing not only present-day disputes, but also historical patterns of exclusion. In response to these challenges, Brazil has very recently developed its itinerant justice model, assigning judges and clerks that often travel thousands of miles in order to provide access to justice to those who live in remote locations. Itinerant justice is a direct response to geographic, economic, and social barriers that traditionally limit access to courts. Through mobile judicial units and decentralized hearings, including by means of technological means, Brazilian courts bring judicial services directly to rural areas, remote communities, industrial zones, and socially vulnerable populations. This model significantly reduces transportation costs, procedural obstacles, and informational gaps, while simultaneously raises awareness on labor rights. It has proven particularly relevant for informal, seasonal, and precarious workers for whom physical distance from judicial institutions often translates into effective denial of justice. Taken together, these initiatives align closely with the principles articulated by the International Labour Organization for effective labor justice systems, including accessibility, celerity, fairness, institutional independence, and the effective enforcement of decisions. By combining consensual dispute resolution mechanisms, continuous judicial training, and territorially inclusive models of jurisdiction, Brazil has sought to advance not merely formal access to justice, but substantive and material access, especially for workers facing structural vulnerability. Access to justice is not achieved solely through institutional architecture. It requires from the judiciary capacity to reach people where they are, to understand how they work and live, and to deliver effective and enforceable remedies, a lesson of clear relevance to any legal system committed to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work. Access to labor, as I said before, access to labor justice is not merely about courts and procedures. It is about ensuring that work is recognized as an expression of human dignity, that social rights are enforceable, and that decent work is a requirement for sustainable, developed societies, and that law fulfills its most noble aim, to mediate power with justice. In a rapidly changing world of work, strengthening access to labor justice remains essential, not only for employees, but for employers, governments, and society at large. And I thank you again for the invitation and for your attention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we especially appreciate our keynote speaker? Traditionally, after we have sat for a few hours, I should have said we should stand up, but it's also important. The DG has signaled that I should just ask us to do a standing ovation for the keynote speaker. So we'll be doing both exercise and an applause. Can we just rise slowly, slowly, slowly? Okay, now let's do the applause. Sir, you may sit, because this applause is for you. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
if you were to look at the flip side, you will also find that some political decisions could actually inhibit access to labor justice. Such decisions could impact on the work of the court itself. For example, decisions that have to do with funding, with approval of appointments, and the rest. This could actually impact on the access to legal justice and the work that the court does. Now, the keynote speaker established that access to legal justice is not just about adjudication. So I'd like to also speak to the fact that labor inspections, factory inspections, mediation, conciliations, as provided for in our Trade Disputes Acts, are key to access to labor justice. Unfortunately, there are aspects that also impact negatively in the performance of these duties. And Nigeria specific situations, if I were to link it with what I said earlier about political class holders, would be to look at the condition of work where labor officers are expected to carry out labor inspections as part of their routine duties, but then there is interference in that activity or in that routine duty. And this comes through political interference sometimes, and sometimes even by government officials. I could also speak about economic impact from what the keynote speaker talked about, and within the fringes of the formal economy, which is in the informal sector. This is a huge problem to us. I mean, it means that majority of Nigerian workers are denied access to labor justice simply because of the impact of the economy on the work world. We could talk about it from the perspective of our social environment. He talked about the linkages between Nigeria and Brazil in terms of social environment. Now we could talk about our own peculiar issue. There is an unwritten code of silence in workplaces where people choose to keep to themselves because of religious impacts or so-called religious implications that they think if they report or speak, the same thing will befall them. These social actions, social beliefs, and cultural beliefs impact labor justice. And so we could go on and on. I don't want to repeat the issue of the digital taken care of, but there are environmental issues, sir. Environmental issues and structural issues that also impact access to labor justice. All of these we could distill and unpack from the very rich keynote address that have been given to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm glad for the opening talk on the keynote paper or speech. So, I'd like to take it order. And for this, okay, so this question will be posed to my Lord and then Dr. Hathon, because you did think. Sorry. So
in making the point that there are three courts, there have been three court systems in Brazil that deals with labor adjudication. It's quite striking that despite the fact that the keynote speaker referred to what would appear to be heavy dockets as well, cases are filed and there are many cases in court. The record time within which such matters are dispensed with, from the first layer court to the superior court, that's a three-court system. It's 2 years. It's 2 years. So clearly, within the context of access to labor justice, that's a commendable environment. Indeed, that is also the whole idea of having a specialized court in Nigeria, starting with the industrial court. And in fairness to the court tries to work within some similar time frame, except the fact that there are many other factors that come into play. And that is the reason why I want to ask this question. There was a reference to the Trade Dispute Act and the fact that there's a dispute resolution mechanism for certain types of disputes that must be adjusted before coming to court. There's concern also that there's a part of that union and intra-union dispute. There's no need to exhaust before coming to court. So invariably, we are left with an uncommon affair. Everybody rushes to the industrial court to file an action, whereas the intent of that law is certain intra-union dispute would have to exhaust the trade, that part. So what is your take now? And what is the position of the courts in relation to that? One, then what is the court doing to also promote what would almost be like a alternative dispute resolution mechanism, pursuing that as opposed to filing all action in the court?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuti. The first thing I would like to note in taking this issue is that we are looking at our team, access to labor justice in a rapidly changing world of work. And the first thing to note is a rapidly changing world of work. And as this world of work is changing, the laws are not changing with the same speed. And so we see a situation where some laws that are obsolete are still in existence. I say they're obsolete because maybe they are 50 years old, and over this rapidly changing world of work, you see that some of those laws are no longer useful to us, as it were. But we see that these laws are still there. And because they're there, there's a confusion as to rights. The NLC president said something about rights, workers' rights being human rights. Now, but you need to know the extent of this right which you have. Because if you do not know where the rain started beating you, you will not know where you got dried up. So the first problem we have is we see a knowledge deficit of the laws. And the fact that the NIC is able to apply international best practices means that there are a lot of conventions, resolutions that are in existence and define the rights of workers that workers are not aware of. So you see, because of deficit of knowledge of the existence of those rights, we see all forms of matters come to court, and they overclock the dockets of the court with matters that should ordinarily not have come to court at all. And you have mentioned the issue of the Trade Dispute Act. Yes, we have the National Industrial Court Act, and as soon as the National Industrial Court came, workers felt, yes, we have a court to go to. Employers initially were thinking that it's a workers' court, and that the court was more inclined to protecting the rights of workers. which is okay for them to think like that because the court, you know, labor rights started with protecting the rights of workers. But why do I talk about deficit of knowledge? You have mentioned the Trade Dispute Act. Now we must look at it in conjunction with the National Industrial Court Act. There is the National Industrial Court Act, but it has saved the Trade Dispute Act. How many employers are aware of this? So they will look at the Trade Dispute Act and just dump it. That's, well, there's the NIC Act now. And so they don't realize that the Trade Dispute Act, Part A, is still when you know these rights as employers, you're also able not to infringe. I'm looking at prevention first because that's the key factor in the tripartite meeting that held at the ILO. So when you know these rights, it determines prevention. I know that this is not my right, so I don't even bother. But because there's a perception of a gamut of laws, so people rush. So the first stage at prevention is knowledge, to know what these rights are. Employers must take time to know about the emerging trends that have created new rights and abolished some, so that in knowing that, many cases don't even come up. The NLC president also spoke about employers not infringing on the rights. Employers also need to know and define rights from the start. And how do you define those rights in their handbooks? Define rights so that workers know their rights, employers know their limits. So when these rights are defined and knowledge is created, it takes care of the whole. In fact, half of the matters that come to the Act that has saved the machinery for dispute resolution. And if you take up that machinery, half of the industrial actions that we have would not arise because they would have been nipped at the bud. By the time you go through the step of negotiation, mediation, arbitration, go through the minister, 60% of the matters would have been resolved. But what we see is that because the stakeholders are not aware that these steps survived the National Industrial Court Act, the rush to court. So I think part of the education will be to enlighten and let us know. And in the Constitution established the National Industrial Court, it is there. Section 254C3 empowers the NIC to set up an alternative dispute resolution center, which the president has duly established. There's an establishing instrument and it is there. But what is our experience? Employers, workers do not want to go to these centers because they are in all our divisions. They'll prefer to go straight to court. And when we refer them to the ADR center, 95% of the time, they come back. They come back. So the machinery is there. It's to utilize it. It's in the NIC Act, it's in the Constitution, it's in the NIC rules. And judges of center available. So it is for the litigants to utilize these means. And we know the advantage of arbitration, mediation over adjudication. So that at the end of it, they come out shaking hands, instead of having this adversary position. So yes, those machinery exist. It's entrenched in the court, it's entrenched in the Constitution. But it's for the stakeholders, the litigants who have these disputes, to understand them, to know that they are there. Knowing they are there first prevents the disputes. And knowing that they are there when the disputes have arisen, they help in the solution, which is what the ILO is talking about.
Thank you, my Lord. Dr. Atto, I'll come back to you, but there's something I need to pick from what my Lord has said that I would like to pose to Comrade Afolabi. And so let me put it this way. This conversation actually started yesterday. I ran into someone, we flew in together, and the moment he knew that I was coming for this program, has asked that I should help pose this question to you, or to anybody that is sitting here to represent the union. So my Lord has aptly described or initiated that even within the context of access to labor justice, you start with prevention. The question is union. Let's focus on prevention. And we had mentioned the Trade Dispute Act, the dispute resolution mechanisms provided there, mediation, conciliation, and all of that. Would I be correct, or would you be correct that it's honored more in breach than in observance by the union? Or what's your take?
Thank you. Issue of breach of those clauses and items you mentioned, when there is actually not the default of the workers and the union in the first instance. Workers generally don't rush out to take action. It's long period of denial, of refusal to attend to issues raised by the workers that usually leads to workers resorting to enforcing what they believe are the rights. I'm coming to that way. But you ask, why are employers afraid of workers coming together to form the union? Rights for the workers to have voice, because labor law came into being as a result of the need for workers to have voice, because labor law presupposes that there are sections of the society that are vulnerable, that are low down below the level, and they need protection. So coming together for the workers in the first instance becomes a problem for the employer. And they identify leaders a reflection of long months, weeks of breathing in the workplaces, and the only result workers have is to take action. Let me digress a bit. There was a company that opened CBA negotiation on Monday. I was there. The workers came to me. That last year, when they did the negotiation, the workers were demanding for you dollarize their payment the way their counterpart in some countries in Africa are being paid. But management felt with the rate of dollar then, it would not serve them well, but let them put it on the basis of inflation in Nigeria. Yeah, they signed agreement on that. Barely 1 month, 1 year, not up to the anniversary to reopen that, they started sending signals to the workers that that agreement is not sustainable. That agreement, we need to look at it again. The question now goes to the fact that I read in the presentation about the need for sustainability of the enterprise, social order,
and good working conditions. 3 things key about the social dialogue and the social partners, which inherently shows that they are not equal. And that was what brought about labor law. So because of that, the outbursts you see from the workers are actually reactions to the obvious denial, because letter must have been written, notices must have been given. But when you turn blind eye, deaf ear to obvious things at the workplace level, there will be immediate reaction. And none of the rights of worker have been gotten from parliament or from court, but rather as a result of the struggle. So what you call breaches of those are actually expression of the frustration on the part of the workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, comrade, so you confirm that that is really the case, but it's heart of frustration. Okay. But and then, comrade, you agree with me that still within the context of access to labor justice, the courts in Nigeria, the NIC, the courts that deals with the specialized court for labor and employment, has over and again in many illuminating decisions dealt with these issues. Employer cannot interfere when workers say they want to unionize. Employer, yes,
yes, yeah. That statement you just made, yes, open a sore wound. And I need everybody to hear this.
Yes.
When workers express their simple interest to obtain their rights of freedom of association, to belong to union of their choice, it's my responsibility as the general secretary, as a union leader, to organize workers, to encourage workers to join union, to tell them that they are safe and secure with us. And when they give their consent, their willingness, I drag them in, and immediately they sign, they lose their job. What happened?
They lose their job.
And you say, for enterprise sustainability or for the overriding interest of the general public. What about the interest of those workers, their children, their dependents? What unions in Nigeria have been broken. There is fear, trepidation when you talk about unionization. Many workers have been scared stuff coming out to join union, because just like our eminent keynote speaker said, a single decision by the Supreme Court can destroy decades of work of jurisprudence at a lower level. Same way, some decisions concerning issue of strike, as a result of refusal to accept unionization of workers, and you deal with the workers, ask them to go back home, maintain status quo, which exclude their retention of the job. What that leads to? Broken union, broken spirit, broken solidarity. That has been the case. Thank you.
Dr. Arthur, thank you very much, Comrade Afolabi. So, Dr. Arthur, taken from Comrade Afolabi's intervention, what do you think can be done to try, I mean, within the context of the rich paper and the incisive and insightful thoughts already shared? Now, within our own local context, what do you think can be done to sustain or to help build that trust among the social partners? Again, also within the context of the law.
Thank you very much. I must say that we have to be very fair to our judicial institution. Yeah, because while we are eager to mention some landmark cases that appear to go in one direction, we must also draw attention to other cases that very revolutionary in support of workers. For instance, we are all aware of on the issue as to whether today an employer can terminate without giving reason. Revolutionary. And therefore there are so many others, so that we must be fair when we are making those assertions. Yeah, because I will tell you that if you look at the growth of labor jurisprudence, we have had situations of very balanced decisions coming from our institutions. And we only have to be patient, and we only have to, again, allow it to grow. And I will tell you, I am not in support of proliferation of courts, increasing the level of courts up to, especially labor court up to Supreme Court level. What is important is the strength of the decision being made, even at the lowest level. I worked in the court in Kenya, and one of the things Justice Sahid Koka said, when you build your jurisprudence at that level to the kind of decisions you make, there will be no necessity for appeal. It will be clear. In fact, that was the reason why initially the concept of the industrial code was for it to be tripartite. And therefore a decision that comes from a man like Paul Atilade with two of the social partners supporting, such a decision will be difficult to fault. So that going on appeal will be almost useless. And when parties realize over time that appeal will lead to nowhere, there is no necessity. In fact, why would you create two Supreme Courts in a country? I wonder. Now, to the issue you have mentioned, and that's why NECA talks about enlightened employer. Because sooner or later, the employer will recognize that you are better off. You know, order cannot exist or negotiate with chaos. Yes. And therefore, you are better off when your employees are in a body. Again, this is an area where one must be strategic, because it is easier, you know, or convenient to say, well, we don't need unions and so on. But you see, the danger involved or the risk involved in that, and in fact, it leads to situations, wild cards and all those. So you're better off. The current approach, that is what we do, is that it is for you to develop the capacity to deal with unions, not by running away. What is this capacity? Capacity for negotiation, collective bargaining, build your internal capacity. And therefore, based on the level of what we call organizational justice you have developed, the union becomes almost unnecessary, or they become partners. And permit me to mention some organizations. You hardly hear of industrial action in certain organizations, Unilever, USC, Nigerian Breweries. Is it because they pay so much? Is it because the reason is that they have developed their internal capacity to deal with those situations? And when you get to that level, then you find that there is no necessity for shying away, running away from. You have a very strong HR department, have an industrial relations manager. You take on situations. So my suggestion is that, especially, and I keep mentioning because we have a representative of the Honorable Minister here, it is important that just as we do what the keynote speaker talked about, itinerant judges, by membership drive. Yes. Yeah, because there are when you try to deinstitutionalize also added the integration of contract. I believe strongly in all those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause here. Mr. Bonoso, I'll just quickly pose this question to you, then I would allow members of the audience, if there's anybody who wants to, because I've been told we have less than 10 minutes. And my Lord, I would also like my Lord's intervention in one or two areas. Mr. Bonoso, now, there's been a lot of emphasis on the need to capture the informal sector. There's a significant number of workers who actually fall into that. The question is, the ministry, what is the ministry doing to ensure that those, the vulnerable, they are also protected? I mean, we'd like to know what the ministry is. Let's start with the Ministry of Labor.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I was actually a bit worried in, the line this conversation was going. I'm not far from my fears, actually, because it's turned out to be a panel discussion where cases have even been cited and all of that. I would like to number of them that are outside the coverage of the unions, and as a result cannot even access labor justice for several reasons. And the union executive actually mentioned one of them is the fear of employers. I don't know why that fear is, but it's palpable in a lot of situations. And also there have been some, mention of some of the structural issues that could prevent the unions from actually covering many workers in Nigeria. Now this brings me to the issue that you raised on the informal economy. You see, access to labor justice is about decent work. Access to labor justice is about improved and enhanced productivity. It is about national development, and to that extent it is a shared responsibility. The shared responsibility of government, workers, and employers. Everyone has got a role to play. So how do we ensure that the informal economy is properly covered? It is through collaboration. The union has a role to play in extending coverage to those workers in the informal economy. Government has a role to play in ensuring that those workers in the informal economy have access to labor inspection services, have access to occupational safety and health services. Funding must be available for these activities to be carried out. And part of the responsibility of labor officers when they go out for inspection services is to actually discuss with employers and to highlight areas that could lead to disputes. We have heard mention about prevention. This is one of the key responsibilities of inspection services that labor officers carry out. But yet we have a gap in that area. So how do we ensure that the informal economy is carried along? We need to enhance and strengthen our labor inspection services. We have heard Milord talking about laws that are obsolete. Yes, we have been in the process of the review of our labor laws. These laws need to catch up with what is happening in the current economy. We have talked about platform work. At the discussion at the ILO is how do we develop a convention, or in fact a convention and a recommendation to cover the platform economy, because there is a deficiency there. And if we have a convention, then it will guide member states of the ILO on how they could domesticate and ratify and domesticate these conventions. This would help to strengthen the legal framework within which these new forms of employment operate. Because now we have a huge number of persons who are not covered by the current legal structures. We have engagements with platforms that are non-human. We have, if you were to take a census now, but if you were to take a census, you would find that the platform work actually engages more Nigerians. Find out how many people are engaged by Uber. Find out how many people are engaged by Bolt. Find out how many people are engaged by all of those platforms. And they are engaged by quite a number of the issues that I've mentioned. So, and these people you're talking about also fall within the informal economy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I do know a show of hand for questions. Thank you. But just before that, my Lord, the President of the National Industrial Court, I don't know, my Lord has some thoughts on the questions or the interventions made. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Now. Okay, so I shouldn't deal with it now. Oh, okay, all right. Yes, let me, before we come to the questions, permit me to recognize and then have the following persons intervene. Let me start with Comrade Ayuba Waba, the former president of the NLC. Please, a round of applause. Comrade, sir, I'm told that you have just 5 minutes. Yes. Well, you can just come.
It's working? Yes. For want of time, let me also respect the protocols that have been well established. First, let me thank NECA for creating this very important platform for us to discuss labor jurisdiction. The fact of the matter still remains that the nature and status of international labor standards actually provides a very strong framework that upholds labor jurisdiction and arbitration worldwide. That's a fact, because that is where countries, labor laws of countries, courts actually draw their inspiration. Yes, we have countries that are ahead, we have countries also that are trying to actually catch up. And I can say for now, having served for about 6 years in the Committee of Freedom of Association, Nigeria is actually at the middle. We are not actually at the forefront, no, because of the fact that our jurisdiction is still actually coming up. And therefore, that's why I need to really thank NECA for coming up with this very important initiative. From a worker's perspective, what does access to effective labor jurisdiction means? I think it's also important for us to try to understand that it means protection of rights. That's the truth of it. This is because access to justice is a fundamental right, ensuring workers can seek remedy for grievances like unfair dismissal, unfair conditions, where workers' right to join unions are denied, wages violation, etc. It also means addressing challenges and barriers that workers, especially those in the growing informal economy and migrant population, often face in accessing courts or labor dispute resolution mechanism. I think one example that our guest speaker gave was how labor justice was actually brought to the doorstep of those that are seeking for justice, where they have decentralized their system and where I think the cost has also been taken care of. Because in our own case, in many cases, those that seek justice, they don't have the means to be able to assist justice. So how do we assist them? Is it every worker that can be able to hire a lawyer, or every employer that can be able to hire a lawyer? The obvious answer is no. So we must actually also reform our process where we can then make justice accessible to all, be it employer, workers, and government. Employers in the private sector also have rights and concern in this matter. From an employer's perspective, access to labor jurisdictions means legal certainty because people must be able to have legal certainty. If I have a business, how can I be certain? Because in many countries around the world, timelines are actually set for cases to be dispensed with, and people are certain that in this timeline, if I invest my business, I should be able to know. Also, as a worker, if I have family, I should be able to know what timeline do we have actually to dispense justice, so that people will be certain that yes, they will have justice. For the society at large, effective adjudication and arbitration means realizing the outcome of economic equality. This is closely linked to the pursuit and actualization of social justice in a way that ensures a fair distribution of wealth and the promotion of decent work for all. It also means reducing inequality and improving living standards. For all of us, achieving access to effective adjudication and arbitration also means a collective resolve to find enduring solution and continuous improving in the process. Key proposals that present opportunity to improve the system of labor adjudication and arbitration include strengthening the legal aid, amplifying procedures, and deepening collective bargaining mechanisms, because one of the elements of decent work is actually improving collective bargaining machineries and where the outcomes will be respected. In the context of Nigeria, the major issue is where collective bargaining agreements are not respected, or you are even denied the right to collectively bargain. So in many countries, where you are denied the right to collectively bargain, you can exercise your workers' right. You can exercise trade union right to make sure that you compel the employer to come to the negotiating table so that you can be able to negotiate and have a conclusive outcome. Or where you have a binding collective bargaining agreement and then the employer violates it. In this case, that's in most cases where also workers have to exercise their power, workers' power, to try to say, okay, what do we do in this case? We must draw the attention to the employer to come to table with us. I hope this meeting will strengthen our resolve not to apportion blames, but to seek solutions that will make access to labor adjudication and arbitration in Nigeria and overall the world seamless, effortless, and sustainable for us. Yes, we can do that, and I'm sure that the starting point is actually also to look at our laws. 4 years ago, we tried to review all the labor laws because they were obsolete. Through a very tripartite process, I think NECA and the NLC were on the same page, and to a larger extent even the government, led by Festus Keyamo, SAN. And our thought then, because Ministry of Justice was also invited, our thought then it will not actually last more than 1 month. But alas, all this effort that have been done, where we have brought our labor laws to par with other countries, other jurisdictions, I think is actually long overdue. Together, because it's actually a product of tripartism. We need to come together to push that process, because some of the issues in our labor laws that are obsolete, certainly this process and those laws which we have painstakingly actually work on them will address some of those issues. So, but I think this is in a whole a very good endeavor, and I think it's also good for us to continue to make comparison where we are and where we want to be, and also countries that have gone ahead of us. And I think that will be how to improve our jurisdiction system and also the legal system within the workers' palace and also the employers' palace. And I think this is really a very good effort. Thank you very much.
Comrade Esele, former president of the TUC, Trade Unions Congress. A round of applause, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me stand on existing protocol. I'm going to tell stories. And Ayuba has given theories, but one thing is very clear is our values as a society would determine how whether we respect our laws or not. Values are very important. And why do we always have challenges and conflict? It's based on the fact that we don't respect collective bargaining agreement. We don't. And even the judgment of the National Industrial Court, how is it respected? How is it enforced? When I was Pengassin president, we always have this saying that once you go to court, you have lost. It's not as if the judge is going to deliver a wrong judgment. No. It's that immediately you go to court, yourself and the management are no longer friends. So whether the judgment is delivered by the court asking that you be reinstated, the management will not do it. So who is enforcing? So who is enforcing that law? And we used to have this saying that you cannot force an unwilling employer, you cannot force a willing employee and an unwilling employer. So if the employer has no respect for my right, so I'm fired, I've lost my job. So what is access to justice? For me, it is two words: respect and dignity. That's access to justice. And there is also always a feeling that, what I always felt is that Nigerian employers feel that union leaders or unions cannot be trusted. But that is also based on their capacity, their knowledge, and their intelligence around all of this. I was Pengassin president. I worked for an OFM, and they could not, we were negotiating, and we look at it, they can't pay this amount of money. They said, okay, we are going to lay off. And we went to the management, and I said, management, what is your interest? Management said, if we pay this money, we are likely going to be out of business in 2 years. And I was the one leading the negotiation. I said, okay, I went to, as president, I will deal with those at the base. And I said, base, what is your interest? We want more money. So it's my responsibility to tell them, more money, you lose your job. And the employers also shut down. So all we have to look for is mutually beneficial interest. All this win-win, I don't believe in win-win. Nobody actually wins. Anywhere there's a winner, there's a loser. And if you think you are winning, it's because you don't know. How do you negotiate? Let's take, for example, Nigeria and America negotiating. How is Nigeria going to win? Or Nigeria is negotiating with EU. How are you going to win? You can't win. Because you don't even have the capacity. What are you producing to win? All you need to do is identify your mutual interest. So what I always ask employers is, what is your mutual interest? Recently, a company said they are firing 800 workers. And I had to meet with those who were founders of that company. I said, why? They gave me their reasons. I went to my president, the current president, I said, what's the problem? What's the employer's interest? What's the worker's interest? What is the union's interest? Even if you pay redundancy 10 million, the union loses check-off dues. Once the union loses members, it loses money to run its organizations. And management also loses its own aspect. So at the end of the day, it's not mutually beneficial. So we have to build capacity for management and the union. The Federal Ministry of Labor, with all due respect, is toothless. That is something we also need to address. Federal Ministry of Labor cannot tell you, you sign a communique and said workers and management go back to status quo, and nothing happens. The Federal Ministry of Labor cannot enforce it. I've got to negotiation. We just finished. You've heard about ASU. Now, how many years? It was when I became TUC president and I knew that agreement is not respected. As Pengassin president, no, we respect agreements. Now, workers are being endangered. But the key here, from the notes I took from all this conversation, is that we must also know that we all have a role to play. The unions have a role to play to educate its members. That is not only banging the table and shutting the gates. And then the government also have a role to play to ensure that they respect the law. And then the employers, when you have hired somebody, give him respect, give him the dignity, and not just go about and say, okay, I have the power to hire and to fire. Not until we are able to address all of this, we are going to find out that there will be no stability and there will always be problem. Please, Ministry of Labor, you talked about inspection. When I started working newly, an inspection officer came to my company, and then he said the position of the generator was very bad. We didn't know that, but the company did not want to enforce it. But the minute the Federal Ministry of Labor informed us, we shut the company and make sure that the company enforce it. So there must also be a relationship between the Federal Ministry of Labor and build the trust. If I don't trust you, why will I believe what you are saying? The only reason why I came here today was the DG has been on my case for over 4 weeks. And I had to call him. I said, why do you need me? What am I coming here to do? I don't want to be in a place whereby it's a talk shop. No.
If we are here to talk, we've been talking and talking all the years, and nothing seems to be happening. The idea that Olawale Afolabi just talked about, workers, and again to address what the Federal Minister of Labour, workers are afraid to belong to a union. Why? Management are afraid to accept the union. Why? Because management is afraid that once the union come in, they are going to pay more money. That's what management is afraid of. But the union need to educate the management, so there should be that synergy between the management and the union and the government to understand that we are all in this together. What is good for one is good for all. Let me also thank NECA for holding this forum, and also to thank Nigeria, the industrial court. There are a lot of judgment coming out of the industrial court that when I talk to workers, they are a lot happier than it used to be. So let me commend that. There is still room for improvement, but let's commend our courts that we are getting better. DG NECA and the president of NECA in council, thank you for this forum, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Comrade Esele. So much said. My Lord, at this point, permit me to invite the Honorable Justice Bibi Kanye, the President of the National Industrial Court. My Lord.
Thank you. Usually when we attend programs like this, we partly are at the receiving end. I thank our guest speaker for accepting to come. I remembered it was in February last year. We were part of our respective country delegations put up by ILO, the tripartite committee meeting on access to justice. Chance meeting, and then I got to know he had served on the committee of experts. So I got in touch with him and immediately called the DG of NECA that we have somebody who would give us the lecture for this year. The DG of NECA was very receptive, and I spoke with our guest speaker. He gladly accepted, and here we are today. So thanks for coming to Nigeria. At that committee meeting, and you could see it play out today, but I think for former TUC president who attempted to define access to justice, nobody has defined access to justice. Not the keynote speaker, not ILO, not even that tripartite committee meeting that we had. And I kept asking the question, if we don't even understand what access to justice is, how can you guarantee it to people? And as I'm talking to you, everybody assumes they know what access to justice is. And because we assume we know what access to justice is, that's why we can come to conclusions. And when we make the conclusions, we can afford to blame ourselves. I give you a simple example. You brought yourself to NIC. NIC gives a decision which you don't like. You go to Court of Appeal agrees with it, and you don't like it. Can you complain that you didn't have access to justice simply because you don't like the outcome? But the point is that access to justice comes with responsibility. And one of those responsibilities is our ability to accept outcomes, good or bad. And once we don't accept those outcomes, we can't. I give you a simple example. You remember the judgment that brought the former Senate president back to Senate. It was decided by Justice Nweze, a very fine jurist. He's late now, the Supreme Court. If you follow the history of that case, the High Court judge gave judgment against the senator. 3 Court of Appeal justices gave judgment in favor of the High Court. Confirm what he did. So how many judges? 4. In the Supreme Court, it was a split decision, 3 to 2. So it means the 2 dissenters agree with the Court of Appeal and the High Court. So how many? Yet our jurisprudence says it is the decision of 3 people that is binding, and that is access to justice. Why are we not complaining? That the decision of 6 people is constitutionally useless, but the decision of 3 people is the law. You see, howsoever we look at it, there is an element of abstraction. We are imperfect human beings, so our system can never be perfect, and because it can never be perfect, we have to learn to live with the outcomes. That is what is called rule of law. You may not like it, but you have to accept it. But what does ILO do? ILO says access to justice is not so much about going to court. We heard that much from the guest speaker. You must do everything to prevent. I remember, I don't know whether it was the president of NECA who said we should prevent people even getting to the stage of looking for access to justice. And I remember a story told about the late Sir Ahmadu Bello. He had sent some northern workers to UK. He wanted to set up the Northern Fire Service. So he sent them to go and study fire service work. If you read the report, you keep hearing of the word de-escalation, de-escalation, de-escalation. ILO recognizes the fact that yes, this crisis is there, but how do you stop it or make sure it does not even rear its ugly head? The point was made, I think, by a representative from Labor Ministry, that labor inspection is critical to preventing disputes. I just want to make the point that, yes, that's a true fact. But even at the committee of the experts, one thing we noticed was that in doing labor inspection, it is often combined with conciliatory functions. And we felt that that shouldn't be. And so we have commented against countries that make that combination, because it's like you do the inspection, you find the faults, then you sit down to settle the quarrel. The committee of experts has always insisted that there has to be a divorce between inspection for preventive purposes and the conciliatory functions that normal conciliators or mediators would do when crises do come up. But of course, it is something that various countries do, and we have never stopped. We have never stopped in pronouncing against it. One other thing which was mentioned by the side, I think the DG Michael Imodu Institute mentioned the point about labor education. Safety and health conventions, and you would find countless in all workplaces. Occupational health and safety education must be done periodically and constantly. And why is that so? You don't want to wait until people get injured. You must teach them how to avoid it. And it's a requirement. I sat down quietly a while ago. Most establishments now you go to, the DG of this institute has left. You start a conference like this, the first thing that should be done to you is to give you some health tips. Tell you where the something untoward happens and some of us get injured. What should ordinarily have been preventable was not done, and so could not be prevented. So even within the structure of the ILO conventions themselves, you find provisions that assist prevention of crises or injuries that could lead to going to court, and yet we have difficulty doing it. And one other thing we also seem to forget, the guest speaker talked about labor justice for those in the informal sector. But we should not forget, there is also the question of labor justice for those out of work, either as job seekers or as retirees. That's a category, a class of people that are also entitled to access to labor justice. The job seeker who is denied work on discrimination grounds should be able to contest it. And we do have ILO conventions that deal with those who are looking. The representative of the Private Employment Agencies Association, I don't know whether they've left. There are conventions governing them, and there are restrictions placed on them as to what they can do. For instance, charging fees for those who are applying to be jobs. unless in those limited circumstances that the convention allows. Should that convention, for instance, which incidentally Nigeria access to justice is not absolute. And why am I saying so? If you go to section 6 of our constitution, it talks about everybody has a right to go to court. But within the sphere of labor, particularly given our own local jurisprudence here, there are certain cases in which, for instance, an employer cannot come to court as a claimant. And there are several decisions of the National Industrial Court, for instance, that say when it comes to recognition disputes over jurisdictional scope, and disputes over check-off dues, an employer has no business coming to court to ask the court those questions. And why is that so? Because Convention 87 says don't interfere in trade union administrative matters. The moment an employer comes to court asking those questions, he reveals an interest in a particular union or the other. And the NIC had reasoned that only members of the union or a rival union can come to court. But don't get me wrong, while that employer cannot come to court as a claimant, he can be brought as a defendant. Some of these things require explanation because at the end of the day, we are beginning to see that the level of labor education is what is creating half the crisis we see. Of course, when you add up the other factors, disrespect for the rule of law. So, in this limited category, in fact, this is an area where the Court of Appeal had even acknowledged. We did a case some years back. It was a contest between two unions. NIC resolved it and determined the appropriate union to unionize workers there, and then made the necessary directives for them to collect their check. Decision against the employer, the employer raised an objection that I wasn't a party. You know, there's this general principle in law. If you are not a party to a suit, you can't be bound by it. So the employer was like, I wasn't made a party. Why are you enforcing this judgment against us? We said, no. For purposes of this issue, you are a passive person. We don't need to hear you to resolve the question. They didn't like what we did. They went to Court of Appeal. I think it was Justice Odili then in the Court of Appeal, who agreed with us and said, yes, in recognition disputes, jurisdictional scope disputes, and disputes over check-off dues, an employer is a passive party and does not need to be made a party to an action. I've had several letters. In fact, in one of our legal year ceremonies, I had to make it part of my speech. The National Industrial Court has only Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and Ibadan, where you have more than one judge. All the other divisions have only one judge. So if you as a litigant or counsel to a litigant has an issue with that judge, and you decide to write that I should transfer that case from that judge, you can be rest assured that in transferring the case, it will be to a place where you will have to go and meet that judge. Because sometimes we wonder why parties, litigants have issues with the judge when we have an appellate process that can look after or consider what the judge had done. But what do we have? I've had series of letters. In fact, in one instance, the litigant even wrote a petition. And his petition was that NJC should compel me to send a judge to where he is to hear that case. And I was like, in this era of insecurity, I should send a judge to you because you can't live with the judge who is there. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. So what point am I trying to make? The concept works beautifully in Brazil. Our local conditions, I don't know how it is. But what have we tried to do? This is where we have authorized virtual hearings. Once again, I'm not too sure the number of lawyers who use it. But for us, one way of getting to places like that is the virtual hearing procedure, which allows you, in the comfort of your office, to attend to cases that are being heard. Some of these things, of course, come with the advantages and disadvantages, but like the point was made earlier, we learn every day. Even as judges, we don't lay claims of knowing everything. We constantly learn, and that's why a forum like this, I could ask all my colleagues to make sure that they are here, because sometimes it's good to hear what people say about what you do and how you do it. Thank you, and congratulations, Luca, for this.
A round of applause for the President. Thank you, my Lord, for the ever insightful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies, I'm told it's far spent. We will not be able to take questions. This would effectively bring the panel discussion to an end. Please, a round of applause for the panelists again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please, I think we can. Please so also you believe we've done very well, and it's not going to end here. You know, you can be rest assured that we are not closing this conversation on this on the 12th of February, as it were. There's going to be workshops. There's going to be knowledge sharing sessions on this same access to justice, because we are very concerned with what is happening in our ecosystem, the labor and industrial relations ecosystem. And we are open as NECA, on behalf of the President, we are open to engage. We are not scared of engagement. Some absolute comments were made in the course of the panel conversation when they said employers do this. I think it's some employers, not all employers. So those absolutes, when we say employers do this, employers are the, I think it's just some employers that we are also not very proud of. And most likely, as somebody said, they are likely not in the circle of NECA's influence. So once again, let's appreciate the panelists for this beautiful session. We'll be, as I said, please keep watch. We're also planning a policy working group with organized labor, so that we can continuously engage. We don't have to wait for issues to arise, but we can continuously engage on a regular basis with our policy working group, so that we can drive conversation and drive issues. We're also working with CISLAC, the civil society engine. We're also working with them to also drive advocacy concerning decent work concerning labor and employers' rights. And as somebody said, was it yesterday during the evening with the keynote speaker? He said, as much as we are focusing on workers' rights, there's also need to focus on employers' rights. And most people that have read the team of this laugh, I laugh. I don't know why they will read the top, access to labor justice. Then they will leave the rider. That it is not access to just labor justice. It is all about access to labor justice for workers, labor justice for employers, for government, and the society at large. So thank you once again for joining us. I want to most respectfully request the panelists to stand up while I call the President and Chairman of Council, NECA, while we help us to present the plaques to all the... Can I get the plaques, please? The plaques to all the panelists. President, please, you can come to the podium. The plaques, yeah. This is for Justice Elizabeth. We'll also leverage the photographers. Mr. Imai Benosu, MNI. Okay. Sorry. Barrister Falabi Kuti. Comrade. Okay. Barrister Kuti is going back to Lagos by 5 o'clock. So if you have any siren we can use so that I can clear the road for him. Comrade Afalabi. Sorry. Barrister Ochato. Hold on, sir. Just, yeah. That's all. May I request Justice Bentes, please, the keynote speaker. Keynote speaker, sir. Justice, please, can you join us on stage, please? Justice, please. And Justice Kanye also, please join us on stage. So you can stay in the middle. President Neka. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. We respectfully request the panel discussant to leave while the President NECA, Justice and Justice Kanyep will stay. I want to request the President NECA and Justice Kanyep to help us to present this to the keynote speaker for joining us and for the beautiful presentation you made. Yeah. May I request the representative of the Honorable Minister for Labour, please kindly join us upstairs. Mr. Rasfanjani, kindly join us upstairs. Mr. Adepambo, kindly join us upstairs. The representative of the Head of Service, kindly join us upstairs. Madam Rep of ILO, kindly join us upstairs. Kindly join us. Thank you. You can make your way down while the three will remain. May I call on Comrade Ayuba Waba, please, and Comrade Sele, please, kindly join us upstairs, please. May I call Dr. Olanrewaju? Doctor, please. Dr. Olanrewaju, please join us upstairs. DG Nils has gone. Mr. Chuma Wako, please join us upstairs. Mr. Shakri, please join us upstairs quickly, please. DG Fosi, please kindly join us upstairs quickly. Mr. Mokiko, also can join us upstairs. Okay, the rep of DG Nils, you can join us upstairs, please. After now, we'll take the justices of the National Industrial Court. We will also respectfully ask that you join us immediately after this with the keynote speaker here. So respectfully call, my lords, the justices of the National Industrial Court. The photographers will guide us how do we, whether we do it in batches or, my lords, the justices of the National Industrial Court, respectfully please join us upstairs. Come on quickly. Come on quickly. So just International Labour Arbitration and Adjudication Forum. Please, if you check your package, the papers that were given, okay, call him here. If you check your package, the books, we have our upcoming program, the advanced course on labor and industrial relations. Please avail yourself and your staff the opportunity to benefit from these programs. We also have the rest of us, so just hold on, don't hurry home. We have proper lunch for you, please. Don't hurry anywhere. After the lunch, you please don't hurry anywhere. You please don't hurry anywhere.
Good try. Good